Hello. Alright, I was putting my wrist in jail. It was starting kind of bad yesterday. Wait, I didn't even activate this game yet. When you gotta go before you go. I think I read that on the bottom of a Snapple cap once. I don't have it in super jail yet. Just minor jail. Install game. Because you can't play it before we install it. I think does this game have camera comfort on the it does not have. Oh wait, it does have camera comfort in the accessibility features. Makes sense. After I definitely would not have requested this game if it didn't have camera comfort in that option, as you because look at the screen shake if it didn't have it. Every shot. Yeah, so we're playing today. Before I go, play. Turn off PC noise so it doesn't destroy your guys' ears. Only my ears get destroyed. You guys don't get it. Unless it's too loud even at 20%, in which case we have bigger issues. Reduction? That doesn't mean off. %, even after the 20% on my system, that would definitely kill our ears. Borderless, desync off. Actually, there's no option for individual. Okay, first of all, this is not borderless full screen. This is just straight up full screen. So good job. Jump, pulse attack, absorb orbs. Blade attack, stasis, blast attack, beam attack. B is stomp dash dive. I don't like that. Change it once we get in there. Oh, keyboard can reset their controls, but not controller? I see how it is. Rude. Let's get into it. Chat, you know, at any point there could be a voice in your head saying, I know you can hear me, but you can't actually hear them. I'm naked, chat. Don't look. Oh, there's Ghost Lady. You're not really standing. think I think you need legs and feet to stand. Hey, what up? Okay, I guess I'll just fall down and die. Don't touch my butt. Stop touching my butt. Would I feel embarrassed if people were looking at my skeleton? Nah, I'm fine with it. Maybe if I didn't know, like if I knew they were looking at my skeleton, I might be a little more uneasy about it, but if they were just doing it and didn't tell me, I wouldn't care. I fell and someone pushed me and made me come back to life. I didn't want to be here. I wanted to be dead. East to the ancient temple. Did you use a figure of speech? Hmm? Nah, I don't want to go there. Seems stupid. Yeah, let's go over there. Seems cool. I have assimilated. Pulse attack, X. While pressing L up or down to shoot upwards. When in the air, press down to shoot downwards. Not charge. Okay. Even with keyboard, if you try to attack downwards, you cannot move forward while you do it. Screen shaking just a little bit? I think it is. Yeah, I'm just seeing things. I don't know, it's like it slightly vibrates when you hit things. The down attack is going to be pretty much pointless because if you can't move sideways while doing it, then you're just going to do this. I guess if you go back to pressing forward immediately after, you can kind of do it. The Last Cat in the Universe is a Numby game I saw the other day on Twitch. Yeah, I saw McQueen playing it. I've seen enough. Actually, I need to get back to, not even mentioned, I need to get back to playing the ore mining game I left running overnight. Not overnight, but I left running. swear that the screen is slightly vibrating when I hit enemies. It's very, very slight. Can't tell if I'm imagining it or not. Oh, that's definitely some screen shake, chat. They don't have off, they only have reduced. Damage boost. Hmm. And when I get hit too? Well, guess we better find another game to play today. Not enough budget to completely negate screen shake. Only had enough budget for reduced screen shake. I was given a key for this game though, so I will give him at least an hour. One of 50. I do have one other game that I was thinking about playing, or rather that I had a key for. We'll check that out, and if all else fails, there's always more vampire crawlers. What are you pooping at? Dang, should have learned to poop downwards. Crap. Yo, diagonal pooping? Way better than these guys. No. Oh my god, secret money. you guys shoot at me, not diagonally. I'll just take that damage and die. Thank you. Oh, I didn't die. Yeah, on and off again worked as it usually does. We know the powers of on and off again. On and off again was developed by our ancestors. Some say it was the first thing we learned. In all the land. First universal truth. Hey, what up? Are you a friend? You look friendly. Can't tell if the screen's shaking or if it's like the flash that's causing it to look like it's shaking. Definitely some screen shake there too. Oh. Elevation relic. Now fast travel between elevation relics. Thank you. 1 damage boost, please. Yeah, it's like a very minuscule amount. Like, I don't know why they have the screen shake reduction button. Why not just turn it off? I feel like people either want it or they don't. There's no, like, I kind of want a little bit of it. Sorry, there's no point in me getting into your dialogue because of the screen shake. I won't be able to play your game. I'm just gonna run around for an hour. You got the triple jump. Press LB to cast a burst of energy that freezes nearby enemies and projectiles. Requires 1 energy cell. And it shakes the screen. With the power of intense vibration, the screen will shake. This is where you go when you get all 50 of those things. It's a 1 of 50 area. Screen is definitely shaking when I use that stasis move. Hidden area with hidden vision. You gotta have rock peeking to get through there. Through decades of training, I have learned to pick up on subtle vibrations. I'll use it once in the air. I can get a little bit further with it, but not enough for it to get to over there. I guess I could warp. Forgot I had warp ability. Let's go down there and warp. I want to go to that one spot with that guy where I need to freeze him to get past him. Wait, no, this doesn't work. Sorry, all glowing structures look the same to me. I know. I need to be better. And all that guy's loot go. Oh, that's also not a teleportation one. How come sometimes my... Okay, it's only with D-pad. With analog stick... Oh, and with arrows. Arrows, it also does it. But with analog stick, it's fine. Which is weird. Which one is the teleportation looking thing? Found two. Okay, it's this one. And the thing I wanted to check out was this, I think. Arp, arp, arp. Man. As much as dog barks are annoying, I'd like to go here, please. Waking up at 7 a.m. is worse. Although, I think if it was just me, the cats would just eat at different times. They would eat at like 11 a.m. sometime in the middle, sometime at night. Just a poor Velhart living in a early person's world. Body partners unite? Don't sell me your poop game. Huh. Activate resurrect relic. Deactivates upon reaching a regular checkpoint. Crystals are limited resources. Why? Buy this checkpoint, and as soon as you find a real checkpoint, it just deactivates, so all that money you spent is worthless. Just put a normal checkpoint there. Or do what I think is also silly in Hollow Knight, or not, actually not the original one, but in Silksong, where a lot of the benches you have to pay to activate. Hey, what up, Professor? You're so mad? Me too. Are you also mad because of the screen shake? That's what's got me. Guess I'm stuck down here forever. Ain't no way I'm getting back out the way I came, at least. What are you, 50? Or a 50? Oh my god. I don't remember getting 3. How good I am. Hey, hey, hey. Pew. Ain't all for sure my stop things ability would stop things. My mistake. Is this the quadruple jump? No. But infinite wall jump. Attack can be fired outwards, upwards, and downwards. What about Squidwards? What up, Ring? What? What? Okay, I died. Ooh, quick restarts. That was skill issue. Skill issued myself. A button? It's like a button. The game's fault. I'm not so conceited I think that way. I try to blame myself first as much as possible. Wow, just put my death on blast? There was that path down here I didn't go. I'm gonna go back. I have to blame myself in as much as possible. That way, when I say things like, oh, my controller messed up, people believe me. like, oh, Valhart never blames his controller. Unless it's actually his controller. Means you're violent? Because you bang your controller around? Is that the understanding? Sometimes controllers and Bluetooth and whatever just have issues. Sometimes my 8-bit controller stopped, like the rubber, the D-pad rubber ripped from, couldn't handle intense Super Mario Maker action. So it would sometimes not work. I had to retire it. Look, I was all in on Steam controller for like 70 bucks. For 80 bucks, I would have thought about it, but probably would end up pulling a trigger. 90 and 100 is too high for me. Like, it's probably worth it, and it'll probably be the next controller I buy when my current controller gives out. But I can't spend $100 on a controller just to, because I have a controller addiction. I have so many controllers that I need to get through, I think, before I buy a Steam controller. I actually have really good track record with PS4 controllers. What happened to my first one? I think this is my second one. Oh, you know what happened to my first one? I bought a second one. I wanted to have two. And then I tried to install a clicky button mod in the first one, and whilst doing it, one of the cables came undone, and since I don't know how to solder, it was dead. I was pretty careful with it. At least I thought I was being careful with it. So really, how lightly do they put these pieces in? So like, we dare you to open this. Your SMS controller has Hall effect triggers. You can lock them and make them activate instantly. I mean, Ellen, That's one of the reasons why I never understood why people put reactive abilities on L2 and R2 on PS4 controllers. And the biggest thing, it always boggled my mind, is how people who are competitive Smash players use a GameCube controller and put guard on a trigger. I'm like, how do you like your guard being on something that's not instant? Like, you have to like pull it down so far. Always been the biggest question of mine. People are like, I actually think GameCube controller is one of the worst controllers in existence. When I was playing Smash Brothers a little frequently with Mavi, she joked about me using a PS4 controller, so I bought a GameCube controller and an adapter for the lulz, just to use it, and it was miserable. It hurt my hands after using it for a little bit, which honestly, that's pretty hard to do. Make my hands hurt from using a controller. The only other controllers that hurt my hands when using them are SNES controllers, because they're so non. Hey kitty. Yeah, but GameCube controllers, SNES controllers, NES controllers, they're all extremely horrible made. But NES and SNES, I'm like, I guess I kind of get it. They were really early adaptations of home consoles. GameCube controller, N64 controller actually feels comfortable because it has a little, like, I actually didn't think that was uncomfortable. It was silly. GameCube controller is just, it does not feel good. I hate the triggers. They're miserable. The travel time on them is ridiculous. Lily. New golf map May 7th. I'm in. Joy-Cons. I don't use the Joy-Cons separately by themselves. I actually use the Joy-Cons in a little Joy-Con grip, and while that's not the most comfortable thing, I still like it because the D buttons are really nice. No, you don't need to apologize. It's good information to know. Yeah, I promise you. I don't know what I promised you, but I promise. Steam controller will be the next controller I buy. Just a matter of when I get the funds to get it. I'm still playing Burbia. Yo, King's Tide? I've never seen a yellow. We're going here. Bridge. Balanced. Even put my specialist on bridge. Unbalanced. Frenzy it. Bloom's Adventure Idol? No, it didn't sound familiar. How far in am I? I mean, here. Beginning of floor 5. The next enemies after this have like 10 quadrillion health. Here's my aquarium. I haven't been back for a bit. I don't like leaving this place because it's so difficult to find a spot where these high level enemies can't just get to you and delete you. When I get a floor that works good, I try to stay in here as long as possible. I need 14 more shinies to get 10% total aquarium buffs. I think this guy down here one-shots me despite having 167 trillion health. I couldn't do a back button for holding run because run is also grab. And I don't have enough dexterity. Why couldn't I grab onto that wall? I don't have enough dexterity on back buttons to use that as my grab and throw and stuff button. Decades of using run on Y are set in stone. Sorry, I can't duck. It's one of those things where like I've been doing it so long that the juice ain't worth the squeeze. I like the same thing with different keyboards. Is QWERTY statistically not the best layout for typing? Maybe. Probably. But I'm so used to it that it's not worth going and learning a new keyboard setup. Not to mention, I always hear horror stories about how if you can't rebind keys, then you can't play games because if you can't rebind WASD to whatever your keyboard's equivalent is, then you can't move. I never have to hold. I mean, yeah, I mean, I get the appeal of it. It makes sense to me, but I have played so many games that require me to jump and attack with the same finger that they're like, I might as well count my thumb as two fingers at this point. Like doing, like I could shoot the whole time through here and it's never gonna affect any different than if I just I would have had a different finger doing it. Average size? Think size matters? I have small little baby hands. Maybe that helps the thumbtack. With Lily as my witness, my hands are very tiny. I'm sure my thumb has been further trained too from things like Mario Maker. Tom Cruise as your witness? I didn't know you knew Tom Cruise. That's interesting. I mean, I guess realistically, while unlikely, somebody here could be Tom Cruise. You hope it's not you. I mean, I don't think you have to hope. I think you know who you are. You're Tom Cruise? I don't know if you can have yourself as a witness though, so it's kind of awkward to say it that way. Kind of like a weird flex thing. You can have yourself as a witness in court. With myself as a witness, I did not kill that man.
Check this out.
You got me. I have been Tom Cruise the whole time.
Tom Cruise with tier 2 to me. Thank you, Armad, for the 103 months, dude. Greatly appreciate that continued support. 103 months, dude. Think about how many things you've done for 103 months. Live. What's that mean? Aim with L, then press Y. I'm not pressing anything. What am I aiming? Tom don't earn like he used to. He might not earn like he used to, but he still has money. Sure. build anything in that configuration? I don't understand which configuration you're talking about. Where do I need to go now? I don't even know what I learned. Well, it's mostly been an hour anyway. I'm gonna eject myself from the screen shake game. Oops, I know it's checkpointed me there. Parkour. Yeah, I'm not gonna give screen shake game any more time because it's just gonna give me a headache eventually. Oh, hey, Burb. Let's play. I think Lichgate is the other game I have to play. Lichgate. The Green Inning. This is like May 7th. But yeah, they gave this game a long time ago. Looks like the review embargo for the Steam Controller 2 expired, so everyone's posting their reviews. Who's got the best one? Steam Controller 2. Linus Tech Tips. And a short circuit. Just expired 16 minutes ago. Well, I don't think IGN's the one. Let's watch this. Oof. Although it switches to Linus immediately.
Who knows when the Steam machine is coming? But right now, I've got the Steam controller and I absolutely cannot wait to open this thing and try it out. Your games, right at your fingertips. It's in a pretty neat little packaging, to be honest. This is actually a nice little box here.
Nice little guy.
Open. It tells me plugs in. It's got a cable, all kind of stuff that you probably are just going to figure out if you game and you use a controller.
I don't do any of those things.
USB-A to USB-C cable. It's got a USB-C connector up at the top here, like basically every other peripheral these days. And this is probably 5.5, something like that. So I would like something a little longer, but that's okay because the wireless on this is actually pretty decent. We did test it and I'll get to that later. But what I'm really curious about first is the puck. This is, in my opinion, the best thing to happen to controllers in quite some time because what you do is you plug it in here and then with this connected to your computer, if you want to charge your controller, boom, you're plugged in and charging now. Fucking awesome. That was so satisfying too. But the really cool thing is this acts as your wireless dongle. So you don't have to plug in a separate dongle when you have your controller. You can just have this guy plugged in and then, oh, I want to go wired. Okay, sure. Boom. and then you just plug the dongle back in. Like, do whatever you want. Okay, let's check out the actual controller, because I love the idea of the original Steam controller. The trackpads were a great touch, but then, I don't know, they released it too early. But now, with Gen 2, I think they've basically fixed everything. First of all, I will say on the bottom, you've got 4 extra buttons, and so we'll get to price later, but I do want to say that while I think it's a really expensive controller, considering it kind of goes up against like a Xbox Elite controller, the price is reasonable. But yeah, we've got, you know, your standard face buttons, D-pad, 2 thumbsticks, not offset. So if you prefer a PlayStation controller, then you probably will prefer this. If you really need that like offset thumbstick that the Xbox controller typically has, this might not.
Playing controller is not harder USB dongle. Yeah, but that's the difference between using two USB slots on your computer versus one.
Be the controller for you, but hey, maybe instead of the right thumbstick, you just use the trackpad. Traditional hamburger button, looks like a screen share back button or whatever, and then something in the middle that I'll find it later. And then I love the little Steam icon to turn it on. Oh, that was great. I didn't expect it to turn on. Made a nice little noise. I love the blue light. It does support Bluetooth. I wouldn't really use that if you can avoid it, especially because it comes with this nice dongle. That's 2.4 gigahertz and also supports wired mode, obviously. Aside from that, we've also got, there's allegedly, I mean, I can't really see them, but there is apparently grip control for gyro.
Grip enabled gyro always seemed weird to me. I'm always gripping the controller. Do people sometimes hold their controller without gripping it? That's what's always been weird to me about this thing. Like grip enabled gyro, what's that even mean? What's grip enabled gyro? That just means gyro, right?
Controls. I was expecting like a strip of rubber or something that you could maybe pressure sense, but maybe it's directly baked into the controller, like into the plastic here. I don't know how. As for just like the feel and shape and holding it in my hand, I'm a big DualSense and PlayStation controller guy. I don't have the biggest hands. I have some complaints about Xbox triggers that I'll get to later. This feels very comfortable. It honestly kind of fits my hands like perfectly. Even the paddle buttons, like my fingers are resting on them basically perfectly. I don't use those personally, but they're definitely accessible.
I guess if you're not holding it,
4 of them,
yeah,
like,
that's
right
fair.
out of the gate. So that's awesome. One of the best features about the whole controller that a lot of you are gonna love, these sticks aren't Hall effect. Instead, they're TMR, which is kind of just better Hall effect essentially. And yeah, you shouldn't have to suffer from too much stick drift because they're magnetic. But yeah, great technology. Love to see it here. It's typically more expensive than Hall effect, and that's probably part of what's raising the price on this controller so much. But as for like just materials, I will say the plastic overall feels a little cheap. There's something about it that just...
I don't use gyro, but gyro is actually super good. I get that not a lot of people like it, and then you'd prefer not to have it if you don't use it. But for those that do use it, gyro is absolutely fantastic. I used it a little bit in like Breath of the Wild when I played it, but it's really good for fine tuning your aim just a little bit versus using an analog. But this has trackpads, which is probably damn near good enough, but you could probably still have gyro for like even closer aim. I don't like to move my wrists while I play, so I don't use gyro whatsoever, because that's just more wrist movement, which I think the whole reason I use the controller. Every review is biased. 100% of reviews are biased, period. You don't need to shit on like Linus and their people just because, I don't know, every review you watch on the internet is biased, period. Like, dude, I don't know what to tell you.
Doesn't feel quite as premium as like the DualSense controller does, or even the Xbox controller. It might also be the weight distribution. It feels funny having this giant front here with the trackpads, but then it doesn't, like, it feels hollow or empty right here, whereas this like feels nice and solid all the way through the rest of the controller. But you know, it's not that big of a deal. It weighs about 292 grams, which puts it on the little, ever so slightly heavier than like an Xbox or a PS5 controller. Discernible.
Ooh,
not.
heavier than a PS5 controller. I have a PS5 controller, and I always thought they were a little bit too heavy. If this is heavier than this, That's crazy. What does feeling premium mean? Heavy. Honestly, anytime someone says feels premium, heavy. They want their things to feel heavy. My PS4s have the rumblers taken out, so it's extra light. So holding a normal PS4 controller and a PS5 controller is weird to me. I guess PS4 controllers are pretty heavy when they have the rumblers in. For me, rumble is like the thing that I wish controllers would remove. To me, rumble is dead weight. IMO rumble has no place in my controller.
And I used to like weigh meat at a deli. As for the feel of the thumbsticks, they feel good. I'm using the Switch 2 Pro controller quite a bit recently, and that is like, when it comes to fit and finish and overall quality feel and the thumbsticks and everything, that one is like kind of unmatched. But they feel pretty good, and they don't feel grindy, you know, they don't feel like I'm wearing them down super fast. The tension feels good too. It's not too tight, not too loose, not adjustable like we've seen on some of the nice controllers from third parties recently. But, you know, I've never been one to tinker too much with stuff like that. The shoulder buttons, these feel pretty good. I like these a lot more than the bumpers on an Xbox controller. They feel more like a PS5 DualSense. And then the triggers, also more like a DualSense than an Xbox. Probably the best thing in terms of just comfort for using shoulder buttons.
For me, the thing I like about the only shoulder buttons I like are Switch Pro controllers shoulder buttons. Triggers, it's too much travel time to get what I want. Dual whatever they're called, triggers that have the soft pull and the long pull. Why? Yeah, PS2, that same thing. They have the same thing as Switch Pro controllers. I just want another button up there. Triggers, like, I hate them. I feel like I have to press it too far down to get what I want to do. I know these control they actuate instantly, but it just feels like I don't get the feedback I want when I press an analog trigger. Like, I just want an L2 and R2 button. Everyone hates triggers. They don't though. Look at I was just discussing earlier about people who use GameCube controllers for fighting games, or mainly Smash. They must clearly love triggers because they use their GameCube controller over like a Switch Pro controller, which might be more because it's wired than more than anything. But like, I think triggers, maybe for racing games, yeah, where you like kind of press it if you like want to go a certain speed. But everything else, like, I've never understood the point of triggers. But I'm sure that's just me, and people probably love triggers, and there's probably something that people like about them that I'm just ignorant to. But I'd rather my L2 R2 just be more just normal buttons.
Playing a lot of Neo 3, and I'm blocking and parrying a lot. Like, I'm using the shoulders a lot. And the problem with an Xbox controller is these ridges. So the way my hand fits in a controller like this, if I'm using these guys, all of a sudden the edge of my finger is up against this kind of hard edge here. And I notice that after a while, my fingers start to even slip up past this ridge, and it becomes really uncomfortable to the point where I take a break just because my fingers are starting to get a little worn out from this edge up here, this lip. But with this, it's nice and smooth. It's a fully rounded edge over here, and there's also not a break in the plastic to dig into your skin.
5 minutes later.
My middle finger is starting to naturally rest up in this spot here. That might be a deal breaker for me.
The triggers themselves, they are okay. I'm not gonna go and say they're like amazing or anything. I do kind of miss the textured grip that now comes on an Xbox controller.
How'd your fingers get all the way up there?
Feels a little better and not more premium, but just grippy, right? Like with this, sure, they're curved, so chances are low that my fingers are gonna slip off, but hey, you're getting sweaty, it could happen. That just kind of sounds and feels cheap, I won't lie. That's also just a mechanical keyboard guy sitting there complaining about, you know, how a Switch feels. But yeah, take that as you will. This, like, imagine if you're in a room. This just sounds and feels better. I won't lie to you guys. But I would trade the
Who does this?
noise of this for the overall ergonomics of the Xbox controller in a heartbeat. I would take this so fast.
Who does that? Literally nobody lets go of their button like that. Like, I get it. I get you're like reviewing a controller, is not much you can say. But like nobody does this.
The face buttons, these feel okay. They're not too wobbly or wiggly. There's like just enough travel. They're satisfying. I'm also just noticing like how much smaller these buttons are. It's hard to see on camera, but in person, this looks like noticeably smaller. Oh, it's so much better. To be fair, this probably isn't super new, whereas this is like a brand new fresh Steam controller. So these have probably just loosened up over time as well. But like, oh yeah, I really prefer these. That feels nice and tight, nice and quiet too. Whereas this, like, that feels
Okay. If you press a button like he was pressing the Switch buttons or the Steam controller buttons, yeah, they're quiet. But if you start going like this, that same controller is just a lot louder.
and sounds like an Xbox controller. And this looks like noticeably smaller. Oh, it's so much better. To be fair, this probably isn't super new.
Like, look how he presses the Steam controller buttons versus when he presses the Xbox button controllers.
Whereas this
Like,
is
he
a
won't
brand
lift
new
his finger
fresh
off of
Steam
this.
controller. So these have probably just loosened up over time as well. But like, oh yeah, I really prefer these. That feels nice and tight, nice and quiet too. Whereas this, like, that feels and sounds like an Xbox controller. Which I will say, even though I'm a PlayStation guy, I actually do love the like more circular D-pad on the Xbox, just in terms of feel, but in terms of actually like pressing individual buttons. Ooh, this actually, that feels good. It's really stiff, and I actually want that in a D-pad. It feels really like tactile, and I know exactly.
I was saying it before. Every single Steam review of a Steam controller, anything reviewed in general, is going to be skewed. Like, you're not going to get 100% nitpicky review on things. So you just gotta watch a couple and take them as you will.
When I'm pressing it, and then yeah, the silence of it is fantastic, and it moves. Yeah, I don't know if the moving around is like a good thing or not. It feels fine. It's super quiet, so you don't have to worry about waking up someone in the room if you're gaming and you know your partner is trying to sleep or whatever. How do the clicks?
I've never had a controller so loud that it would wake somebody up unless you were trying to.
It's funny how much I can feel when I click the thumbstick in on this. It's funny how much I notice it down in like the stem of the controller. Whereas with this, it feels all centered right around here. It looks so chunky. And I think it's just because of the trackpads. These are like pressure sensitive. It might be hard to see on camera, but you can move and press these a little bit, but they are pretty stiff. They're also not huge, but I'm excited because like especially as I get older and I want to like lean back in the chair more, and I'm not playing as many competitive shooters, I want a controller that kind of does it all. And with the trackpads, you know, if I'm playing like Civ for a while, I don't have to swap to mouse and keyboard. And then, you know, I'm in Steam Big Picture mode and I go to like Neo, and all of a sudden I've got like a full proper controller. Like, or if you don't like Big Picture mode, now you don't have to use it because you can control your mouse.
Young people lean back in chairs way more.
You know,
as I got older, I sat up more.
I love this thing. I haven't even used it in game, but I can already tell you that I wish the plastic felt more premium, 100%. But like, they did a really good job actually in terms of just feel and comfort and ergonomics. Again, hand size is so big of a game changer when it comes to controllers. I know people with big hands that really prefer the Xbox. I know people that prefer the Duke of all things just because their mitts are so big. But like, this feels like it's right in between a PS5 and an Xbox controller, and I'm really all about that.
Might be too big for me.
But enough about the controller itself. We've got a game on this thing to see if it's actually responsive and feels good to play games on. But I can't do that until I tell you about our sponsor.
It's on lttstore.com. DIY projects that you are
something. Yeah, there's haptic feedback on the on the trackpads. I don't know why it's giving me haptic feedback. I'm not doing anything. I'm just compiling shaders, but you can hear it too. It's like a squeak noise. It's actually slightly annoying if I press it by mistake and then it starts vibrating. But I guess that's also telling me, hey, you're touching the trackpad, so maybe it's a good thing.
You can also turn it off.
Oh yeah, that D-pad, that feels satisfying. Navigating menus has never felt so good. I will say, I kind of wish that the thumbsticks were a little bit lower. I do have slightly small hands, and it's not the end of the world. I think I still prefer this over an Xbox controller, but I do think I prefer my thumbs more like around here, like on a DualSense. But, you know, how else are they going to fit the trackpad in there? So you're giving up something. Oh, there goes the trackpad, baby. Maybe I don't use the thumbsticks. Well, nope, because this is D-pad. This is definitely D-pad, but this is camera. So that's cool. A great thing though about this is you can customize basically everything. You can remap the buttons to just about whatever you want. So I'll never say no to that. I never remap anything, but I loved having the option to it. It's like getting invited to parties, you know? I don't want to go, I just want to get invited. Another really minor thing, well, actually, I don't know if this is minor. This might be an issue for me. I mentioned how my middle finger gets tired on an Xbox controller around that ridge. With this, I don't get tired. However, my middle finger is starting to naturally rest up in this spot here. And when I press the trigger, it's sometimes touching my middle finger. And every now and then it moves up just enough that it like almost, it doesn't pinch it to the point where it hurts, but I feel like, yeah, I feel that. And I don't ever get that with a DualSense or an Xbox controller, to be fair, as much as I...
He doesn't tinker with the position of analog sticks? When do you say that?
Just like that, I've never like touched my middle finger with the trigger. So that's tough. I don't know how much I hate or don't hate that. This is one of those times where I'd really prefer to like rent a controller for a week, see how it is, and then decide if I want to buy it or not. But hey, I guess that's why you're here watching this video. But yeah, what I wanted to do though was use a bunch of my ninja skills and hit these face buttons a whole lot more. Chuck, poison shuriken, poison shuriken, poison shuriken. Yeah, you're poisoned now. I'm definitely finding my middle finger is coming up and resting in here more, but it actually on the regular does not feel as uncomfortable and sharp as the Xbox controller does. So, but then, you know, you do that and then you pinch your fingers. That's weird. I've never had that happen to me on any controller in my life.
I never put my middle fingers anywhere near there.
This lip is so pronounced, is it's to stop you from getting your fingers up there. I was so sold on this controller, just on all the features and like looking at it and pressing the buttons. I love this thing. Very comfortable. They did a really good job.
Feel and comfort and ergonomics.
It's crazy how you don't really know until you actually game with something. That might be a deal breaker for me. Let's try another game. It's definitely not the most intuitive gyro system I've ever seen. In theory, you're supposed to be able to like squeeze it or something and then it should work, but we can't seem to get that working right now. So the system, you know, it works. I will say the haptics feel great. Like the haptics on the whole controller as well as the trackpads feel awesome. One thing that I just kind of noticed while waiting for the game to load, the screw holes on the back of the controller, while they're very visible and it's great for right to repair, you feel them. Oh, the other thing we checked out while the game was loading, just to confirm, see how big of a lip there is to prevent you from like moving your finger up into this space? And also, I think it's because this isn't like angled down. So even if my finger's there, it's not pinching. Whereas
my fingers are on the buttons.
With this guy, there's just kind of nothing. It just kind of exits up. And then this is so curved down that it could pinch something in between. Yeah, the thumbsticks, like they do feel good. Oh, they do. Nice and slippery, but like the grip feels great. Vibration is solid. I do like
He is holding it weird. Look how his hand like goes up over the top. You see how his finger is like over the top of the controller to reach over? How does that work? And then like his middle finger is like, this man never held a controller before. What is credentials? I don't know. He probably plays games on controllers. Like, what's your finger doing here, homie?
That it really, and even here, I'm not choking up I don't know, you guys. It might be the kind of thing that you slowly like train yourself to not do, but I think there's a reason why our Xbox controller is built a little different. Same thing with the PS5 DualSense controller. Otherwise, everything feels like it's in a good spot. Can I aim with this? I can. Yeah, you can aim with the trackpad. I don't know if I'd recommend it, but like it's doable. I'm doing it right now. To be fair, I am starting to naturally move my finger back when I go to use the trigger, but like I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to make these like micro adjustments as I use a controller. It should feel like an extension of your hands. And I think Valve is like so close, but I wish they would have done just a bit more testing with this ergonomically. A little disappointed, but you know what I'm not disappointed by? The rest of the performance for this controller, because we did test it in the lab, and the thumbsticks have really good uniformity when you do a perfect circle. So they're fantastic. I can't really complain about the thumbsticks at all. The latency, the polling rate for this guy is about 250 hertz, and Xbox controller is more like 125. So we actually measured really, really good latency, wired, wireless over Bluetooth, and wireless with the dongle. So no matter how you're using it, it's not gonna feel like you're waiting for your inputs to actually take effect on screen. Another great feature is the battery life. It's absolutely phenomenal. Valve rates it at 35 plus hours, and we measured 37.5. And that was with a pretty rudimentary test where we basically just like rubber banded it and we drove a car in donuts. But that's with like rumble, that's with input, very impressive. A hell of a lot better than my DualSense controller or an Xbox controller with a couple of AA batteries in it.
Yeah, my fingers, my middle finger, I can actually see them. Like I hold the grip with it. I usually don't use my middle finger to press the triggers. I use my pointer finger to press both triggers. Unless I have to sometimes use both, in which case I'll bring my middle finger up. But that's rare.
However, the battery life does diminish a little bit if you're using this with the Steam frame. So if you're going to play a game, not in VR, but like with a big screen in front of your face, as if you've got the goggles on, you can still use your controller and it'll detect like where you are. If it's doing that, it will chew through the battery life a little faster. We obviously haven't tested that because we don't have a Steam frame. Really solid technologically. This is going to be a wild take. I kind of wish that Valve had teamed up with like Asus or Xbox or even Sony to try to figure out how to make the whole controller.
They did not need to team up with Xbox, then it would have been asymmetrical analog sticks, and then it would have been an easy pass for me.
A little more comfortable, because it feels great when you're just like holding it and like looking at it and you're like, oh, this is sick. But then as soon as you get into like gamer mode where, you know, you cinch up and you lean a little forward and all of a sudden my fingers are under the triggers. I start to notice the screw holes a lot more, but it's, you know, it's tough because those are trade-offs, because at the end of the day you do get a lot of like elite level controller features, like the gyro, the back paddles, trackpads, which like you're not going to find that on, I don't know, many other controller, if not any. Does any other controller have a trackpad? The DualSense technically has one with that like big bar here, but like, I don't know, I'm not going to use that all that often. Like this feels good. The trackpad does feel
You thought that was me?
fantastic. The big kick.
You know it's not me because he says in the video he never messes around with changing his keybinds. If you don't change your keybinds, I don't know, dude.
Is the price. It's $100 US. What's worse, we're in Canada land. Normally with conversion that would be like $139. It's $150. So they're giving us a bit of an extra tax, and that just kind of makes me a little upset as a Canadian. So Valve, you're like so close. Like I love the dongle idea. Like that's a fantastic feature that I literally think every.
I don't know. He may be a gamer, but he's no controller gamer. You're paying for the name brand? I don't know. I'm pretty fanboy when it comes to Steam. I think Steam's usually pretty good about what they're offering. If it's $99, they're probably not making the hugest profits on it. Obviously, they're still a company. They're profiting off of it, but when you compare it to other controllers that are supposed to be top of the line, that are like $200, like $100 is fine. Max frame rate 120, game speed normal, interface default, show health bars when damaged, always show, and when damaged is fine actually. My controller I use is a modded PS4 controller, and it's more than $100. And it's definitely too expensive for a controller, but I really like PS4 controllers, and it's worth it to me to have the 4 back buttons, and it's worth it to me to have the rumblers removed, and it's worth it for me to have D buttons, because D buttons aren't I mean, honestly, my dream controller, oh, I need to change my game name. My dream controller would be no rumblies to save money, no gyro because I don't care, even though I think gyro is fine. I think people do. I think it is a fine feature. Symmetrical analogs, of course, and there would be no analog triggers. They would just be or not analog triggers. There'd be no yeah, triggers, analog triggers. The triggers would just be buttons. I'll probably pick one up eventually, but it's not an immediate one. Gamepad. This is a gamepad game? Oh, it was a mouse game. You use leverless for precision? I don't know what lever. Oh, you mean blocking up your. That always felt weird to me. I'd rather just be buttons or no. I mean, for precision, it's not really for precision though, because I mean, that just makes it feel better. Because you're still getting the same actuation when you lock it. You just get that instant feel of it locking up. Because triggers, they trigger as soon as you press the button down a little bit. Even the analogs, it just doesn't feel good because it actuates as soon as you press it down, but you still press it all the way down. And usually triggers are dual stage, so there's an actuation point for a soft pull, another actuation. Lily. Purchase reroll. So extra item if it will left trigger. Pause. Fast forward. Oh, it's RB LB to go up this menu. Big old fat. Okay. Play. Also, when revived, kill all enemies upon reviving. Standard. First gate limbo. Start run. Welcome to Lich King. Your goal is to survive as long as possible. Weapon can be purchased from the shop and will automatically attack enemies within range. Upgrades increase your stats and add passive effects. You can reroll the shop. You get new offers for a small fee. Shop will automatically refresh each round. Purchasing a strategic combination of weapons and upgrades is essential. 30% of damage is burned, it does 50. those. I don't want thorns. Ooh, HP region. Wait, why'd my shop reroll? I didn't press anything. Increase soul damage taken by 5% for 3 seconds, stacking up to 25 turns. Reduce attack damage by 10% for 2 seconds, stacking up to 30%. Hello? Maybe you should have told me that at the beginning. Press X to show all the stats. Corruption damage. What is my current weapon? Soul damage, looks like. %20 crit rate? Why are you not attacking the things that are closest to you? Why are you not attacking the things that are literally right next to you? %20 of damage is burn. Select the pack for powerful bonuses. Packs are available every 5 rounds. Bounty increases the gold drop by enemies. Just a random, by the way, this is what bounty does. Relics are powerful unique items, you can only acquire 2. Increasing your shop level provides access to higher quality weapons and upgrades. Not happy with the options, you can reroll the packs if you like. Gamble with fate. Ooh, spirit damage? Spirit spawn count. Well, all my weapons are spirit right now. Max barrier. It really annoys the shit out of me that my guy is not attacking whatever's closest to me. Which I mean, I guess that means that my guy is attacking randomly, and so splash damage and AoE damage is what's going to be important, and anything that's single target is pointless. Every weapon has a damage type: hell, arcane, stone, or soul. That's strong against one type of enemy: undead, demon, creature, or spirit, and weak against another. I pressed A to... Pressed A to go forward the tutorial, and it selected something for me. Goblin Vikes the 30th. Far, far west is tomorrow. You know what? Let's play Fractured Field. I feel like being tired and lazy and boring. January 16th. We started playing right here. Play spawns by right clicking. Add a toggle to hide achievement pop-ups and settings. A rare corrupt save data cases as bouncing. Soften the damage fall off when you're pierced well below a layer's hardness, so walls like iron should be easier to get through. This is where we stopped because iron was hard to get through. I started idling it. Reality Shatter. I don't know if I did good enough far yet. Let's not read anymore. All right, so we are a lot more powerful than last time I played this because I left it running for a couple hours. So let's do one of these. And then I'm going to go in here and we'll add auto iron, auto silver, auto gold. Just throw it in anywhere. Not really concerned about it. I do want to go into here. Don't really want a sentry drone. I was playing the other game and I pressed A to go through a tutorial dialogue and it purchased an upgrade for me. That, I don't know, that just seems like something that feels, it's one of those things where like it feels like nobody played the game with a controller. Despite having controller as an option. I'm just still in the general like negative mood anyway from my having to wake up at 7 a.m. for like 5 days straight. I didn't get good sleep last night either. I got better sleep, but Roger got locked in my room this morning and he meowed to get out at like 6:30. So I woke up at 6:30 to let him out. I got back to sleep again. I didn't stay up. And then I slept till about 9:30. I figured it would take a bit for me to get my sleep schedule back to not waking up at early anyway, because, you know, my body, after doing it for 5 days, is like, oh, you want to wake up early? Cool. Are you buying anything? Okay, yeah, it's at 6, 10, 15. Yeah, you're buying stuff. I'm just getting so much rock that I can't keep up. Wow, I stopped doing half seconds. It started going down to 0.2 seconds. We won't buy any more from that then. Dang, I'm already up to this again? Max this stuff out. Yeah, you can lay bombs with right click now. I guess they also made iron easier. I left the game running for a little bit. Can I build for the QA testing? No. The only time I'm really frustrated at like QA testing stuff like that is when it's a really big company, or especially when people, the whole paying for early access thing, that really irks me. There was an era of time, I don't know if it's still going, where every new MMO that came out, you could get in early if you paid like a fee. There's also a lot of games that like when Lies of P first came out, if you pre-ordered the digital deluxe version, you could play it 2 days early. And so I was like, sweet, I'll never play that game. And you'll notice I did play the game, but the only reason why I played it is because I got a free copy of it. And I did enjoy the game. I just didn't want to pay it or play it 2 days later than anybody who got either an advanced copy or who paid extra. And that's mainly because, like, the frustration of it all is that with streaming with certain games, if I get a game 2 days late, that means I am subject to all the people who watch the other streamers play the game first and know everything. And it's like, why don't you just do this? You missed the thing, you missed that. So-and-so did this, it was much better. And I let that get to me more than I should. So I just don't play the game. Unlock reality shatter. Unlock the ability to shatter reality and earn reality shards. So I mean, I think I'm okay with like playing early if you pre-order, but I don't think you should have to pay extra to pre-order to play early, because that's just, I don't know, it just feels predatory. All your friends are going to be playing this game a day early. If they spend $20 more, you better do it too. Are ever this week or the next, like release or more beta testing? That doesn't, okay, all the games that I played that had paying for early access, you at least got the game on release. our next weapon at? 100 million? I can't wear my wrist compression super tight thing anymore because I put weight on again, so it's too tight. I'll just have to wear the wrist jail thing. My wrist has been hurting a little bit again. Deal 1 million damage in a single hit. Easy. Under a K for a reality shatter. I do delete gold pretty fast. I mean silver. Actually, are you guys even fighting the gold? Hey, buddy. I forgot how I put this thing on to make it comfortable. Reality? Is that a game? I think I might have that. Yeah, I already own Reality Break. I want to save it for this. Turn off silver upgrades for now. told you so tough. All right, now we can turn these back on. Shattering Reality resets your progress, including world fracture upgrades. Oh, your drone hub stays unlocked with its rules intact, and your quarry forming carries over fully with all of its upgrades. In return, gain reality shards for powerful upgrades that will make your future runs more effective. Reality shards are earned by gaining resources from silver or higher. Double prestige. Man, this resets my entire... Everything I've done before now would be irrelevant except for world fracture stuff or the foreman. Multiply fracture by ×3. My fracture is already ×64. I guess it would get that ×3 again, or is it just going to be 67? I'm just trying to figure out which one of these is going to be the best. It's only 1% chance. And I don't know how much it helps. Wait, does it tell me how much it helps? Yeah, it just says a mega crit. I think this was a big one for the first one. It'll probably be a really long wait, but it might be worth going to at least 100 just to unlock this. The issue is when we do this, our power level is going to be base game. We have to get something else, probably these two. No, you start with Quarry, Foreman, and Drone Hub, which is what it was saying in the update notes. Before you didn't. Before you were just legit base game. Probably gonna want good English spell. 15, 26, oh, sorry, 23, 26, 126, 129, 133, 10% of my upgrade isn't really that much. 16 of this. Uh, 135. Maybe 140. $143. Maybe 153. So we're gonna want like a good 150-ish before we even prestige. Otherwise we're just gonna be so slow it's gonna be annoying. It still might be so slow it's gonna be annoying. I think we need a second boost drone. Actually, a decent breeze coming in. I'm gonna put my hoodie on 1 sec. being cold. I used to act like I was never cold, even if I was, as like a joke. But it's not that I don't get cold. It's just that I really like being cold. But I like being like warm-ish while being cold. I want to be cold around everywhere, but a little bit warm under me. Deal 1 trillion damage with bombs, or 1 billion. Getting up to 153 is going to take a little bit. But I don't think it's based on currency. I think it's just a chance to get them based on killing things. Only at 28, only 100 more to go. Maybe I can be okay with less than 100. Take a look again. 7. $10. $13, $21, $36, $46. Where was I getting the other 100 from? There was something expensive I wanted, right? Where was that? Five, 6, 7, 10. Oh, this one. I think this is pretty much required, I think. This is what made World Fracture not suck ass. Yeah, we need at least 100 for that. What's this? Oh, diamond. Maybe we just do 107, 110, 113, 121, 136. I guess 146 is... Maybe we don't need this one. But yeah, that 100 points for the reality shards for killing things below silver is going to be, that's what was a big upgrade was for this. Actually, can I do this and keep these? I would get 22,000 of these. Which could make getting the last 101 of those easier. All rock currency, tools. Yeah, we kept 33 of them. Okay. You don't keep drones. I just have an extra 12 at the start from here. Ooh, primal gold, primal silver. No, I world fractured. I don't want to do this unless I get over 100. Probably closer to 150. You're bad. Don't let it happen again. Forgot how much I hated how much certain parts of my hand hurt when using my wrist straightener thing. I used to wear the glove with it. I thought there was something I got to make it so it didn't hurt as bad. It pinches me in certain spots. This one? Because this is just like a little glove. Wait, probably most of these I can get. Beautiful. Oh, I have no bomb upgrades. $100 million. Oh, I did buy the sledgehammer. What's that? What's next? $1 billion or 10 billion? No drones. Oh, I'm getting like 4 mil. Some good numbies. Iron, what you got? You don't need to be softened. I forgot what the unlocking acuity did. Oh, a chance to find core fragments. Don't need that. Well, good to know. And all that, I got an extra 3 reality fragments. I'm not doing it for less than 100. Nobody here can make me. There probably exists somebody who can make me, but they're not here. Apparently that show was entirely staged, and people, they already know if someone's gonna sell or not sell something based, like, before they even air it, before they even do the recording. Who'd have thought? Remember when Bear Grylls was the big new thing? And it turned out to just be some guy who really likes drinking his own pee. Because all the spots that, all his out of the way spots were like across the street from hotels. They used to have a show on not the History Channel, maybe it was History Channel, called like My Weird Addiction or something like that. People had like stuff they did, like some person ate couches, someone ate like Vaseline. The numbies that give you the feelies. Did I watch Mountain Monsters? No, I've never been big on watching TV shows. All the Bear Grylls stuff that I know about is just from in passing. I never actually watched it. I remember. It's a pun? What is Mountain Monsters? Chat, what's your favorite pun? You have a favorite one? Or is that just me? Dixon cider. The most recent one you come up with is your favorite? Next diamond upgrade? 5. My favorite. No, I'm not a fan of Dixon cider. My favorite pun is the one where the person enters the pun contest. If you're familiar. If you're familiar with it. Go on. It's better written. I don't feel like typing, so I'm hoping someone else knows of it and they'll type it out for me. Never heard of it. That's the one. No pun intended. Two hunters meet. Both are dead. Yeah, I figured it was an English ruining a thing. But the punchline doesn't make sense to the joke. If you submit 10 puns and none of them win, then no pun intended. What does it? How does it not make sense? But why would a pun not be intended? Because sometimes you say things that could be misconstrued as a pun, and the pun is not intended. Although I feel like a lot of times people pun, but it is intended. At a pun contest. So the inner joke is no pun intended win, and there's no pun, but the outer joke is no pun intended. The no pun intended is part of the joke, but the no pun intended is for the meta joke. It's metagaming. It's an anti-joke? The puns were intended. No, they did not say it weren't. They said no pun of the 10 they submitted won. There's actually no joke in the thing. It's just the guy who entered 10 puns in the contest and no pun, it's hoping to win and no pun intended. It's not a joke though. It's a pun. It's not meant to be a joke. It's meant to be a pun. He did intend on a pun. He intentionally entered 10 puns, but none of them won. It's just a guy telling a story. It's like a story. It's like me saying I ran a race, but I didn't win. Or I ran 10 races and I won them, I lost them all. What? Couldn't click that. What's not a good pun? Did you hear one about the very high wall? It's not meant to be a pun. I'm trying to say. I'm trying to compare. I ran 10 races but didn't win is the same as I entered 10 puns in a contest and didn't win. It's not meant to be a joke. Well, it's not an anti-joke. I guess it is an anti-joke because it's not meant to be a joke. But the thing is, it's not meant to be a joke. It's meant to be a pun. But entering the 10 puns is not what wasn't intended to be the pun. It's for us, the reader, how we understand the words that are pasted together. Yeah, it's just a clicking game. It wasn't. I might play some Vampire Crawlers today. We'll see how long it takes to get 150 this and how long it takes to get back up to it and what it unlocks. If it's slow progress after I get to like 100 something of these, then I'll probably swap to Vampire Crawlers. What do you call an ant you can't get rid of? A pest. A singular ant you can't get rid of? How? A god maybe? Because there's no ant that I can't get rid of individually. It's when the whole colony gets involved that they become a nuisance. Oh. I'm right back. Chat, I gotta get the cats their food. Perma ant? Call him God, because if an ant can withstand me, who's on? Chat, a lot of people say aunt as ant. Stop. Stop doing that. Be right back. Turn back. How we doing? 76? Pretty good. Should the drills be on diamond? I have to manually set them in here. All right, so if we're gonna do, it's gonna take a while to get to 150-ish. Maybe we don't do. Maybe we don't do this one. We do the 7 and. Maybe not this one either. $13, $16. So 116 or 126. We did a 6-hour run today, got 15 million coins and 2.5 thousand HP. 15 million coins? I guess that makes sense when you can overkill every encounter. $82. We're at 76, right? We're moving now. Roger, who are you afraid is going to come get your food? Scarlet doesn't like your food, and Echo can't get in here. The max gold I got in vampire crawlers, like 200 something, 50k or something. But I haven't done a run with the every encounter can be overkilled. I stopped after getting it, and I didn't play yesterday. I don't play it off stream. I don't play a lot of games off stream. Mostly off stream is like MMORPGs or like longer idle games like this, or this one. it's always idle games with me. I'm currently playing Cat's Eye Final Fantasy 11 server. I've just been doing like crafting and a little bit of fishing. I haven't really been doing any content, but I started talking with some people I played with again, and we might run through COP. A lot of games at the same time. I mean, they're all idle. Like, next thing I want to play is Tomorrow is Far Far West. Why is it not on my consume list? That comes out tomorrow. And then I also want to play Goblin Bike, which comes out the 30th. And then I don't know if it's on Steam. Neverness to Everness I like checking out gacha games for some reason. But Neverness to Everness comes out on the 29th. Which I probably won't stick with, but I don't know. I like playing the gacha game for some reason. Free download now. I got a lot of games. I get a lot for being a streamer. How many am I at? 1727. I got a lot from people giving me keys. I also got a lot from, I went through a phase where I would buy bundles of games. Actually, I don't know. What do you consider to be a high Steam level? 51. This is from turning in cards, right? Because I just got tired of turning in cards. Because I have a lot of cards. The only stat I really care for, which is hard to keep up when you get a bunch of review copies of games, is this one. Like, I have 55 perfect games, and I have 43% achievements in all games, but the thing that sucks though is that a lot of the games I have no achievements on, or only a couple, because they're games that I just don't like or didn't stick with, or have achievements that are like speedrun related. I mean, I don't even have perfect in some of my favorite games of all time. Like La Mulana is up there as some of my favorite games, and I don't have all achievements in this because I think one of them's like examine every single examinable thing. I think there's a email that it's like RNG with like bats or something I never got. Scan every single suspicious spot, like not even close. I'm still missing 22 of Zelpud's dialogues. Mulbrook's dialogues. I think there's some for like killing enemies with only the whip. I think there's some speed runs too, but I can't remember. I guess this is beat the game with everybody running with you, but I don't know the requirements for getting everybody to run with you, but also having the bathing suit. Complete Hell Temple without Fairy Vest? That sounds like literal hell. Pause the game. I don't pause. La Mulana 2, I also don't have probably anywhere close to all the achievements, even though it's one of my favorite games. Another game that's one of my favorite games I don't have all the achievements for is Stuck in Time. I don't have a lot of RPG 100% achievements because a lot of them require you to play the game through multiple times. Any game that requires me to play a game through to unlock a new game plus and then play through the game again, I'll never 100%. I like 100%, but I like 100% don't require me to have to make a new save file. Obviously biased towards my own likes and dislikes, but I feel like Steam achievements should be something you can do on one save file. They should either be a grind or something. But I guess that's also hard to do and could be unfun because there are some interesting achievements that are like challenge run type stuff. Look, we're at 99. See, look at that. We're just moving. We're almost at the 150-ish that I want. I don't have all the achievements in Terraria despite having a lot of hours in that because some of these I don't think you can get in multiplayer or something like that. And plus they add more and more. This is new. This is a lot of items. And I don't usually play journey mode that often. And when I do, it's in multiplayer. That's new. I think this is new because you can only just now recently get the last Moonlord item. I've done this. I've done the combined form of the 3 mechs, but it was in multiplayer, so it didn't count, I think. I haven't done that. But yeah, a lot of these I've done, but they were in multiplayer, so I don't know if they necessarily counted. Building the game base for Archipelago. Well, Archipelago was T-mod, so it doesn't count towards Terraria's playtime. This is all vanilla Terraria playtime. Actually, no. I think I was already proven wrong on that. I think this was. I think it loads both. I think we figured out, or someone told me that it actually loads both games. Rush is done eating, so I gotta take it downstairs. They gave him wet food, so he can't stay out. Right back. I mean, most of my guys are buffed. Like Aura, I guess. $108. Look at that. We're just moving along, chat. We'll have the 143 in no time. Or the 123 or whatever, if I decide to not get everything. I mean, some of them are pretty minuscule. Like getting the 2 times silver. Like, is there one in here that gives multiple? Yeah, see, I've already got like a large amount of multiplier on this stuff already. So unless it's like multiplied at the end of it and not just added onto this, it's not going to be that big. So it might just be worth getting 4, 7, 10. $20. Or we can get 123 and get this one and we can find out if it's additive or not. Why are they cutting grass on the coldest day it's been this week? Be right back. I think the HOA, whenever they do yard work, it's just a specific day every week, regardless of what the temperature's like. They cut so often. I think they cut it once a week. Maybe once every 2 weeks. I don't know. It feels like every week to me. I don't know, dude. It's stupid HOA shit. Where they charge you a bunch of money to live here and then they spend it on stupidness. Maybe grass grows every week. I don't know. Nobody likes them. Nobody likes HOAs. The only people who like HOAs are the people who are on the HOA and they feel important. Sorry, homeowners association. It's a, I don't know, gang that you pay into, so you're supposed to raise the the integrity of your property because they follow rules and regulations that everyone has to abide by. Like a reverse union, because you pay into it. It costs money, and if you don't pay it, you can't live there. It's more like it's like a gang. Definitely gang feels, in my opinion. And they have, sometimes they have silly rules to make the development feel more pristine. Like, I'm pretty sure I've seen one where like you can't have like the, you know, the AC units you put in windows that hang out. You can't have those because they look bulky and gross. And you can't have like certain things out in your yard. It is very USA thing to do. Like I said, it's a group of people that just want to feel special, I guess, for being in charge of the HOA. So your neighborhood feels more safe. Imagine buying a house but and like say you buy a house and you want to put something out in your yard. Gotta consult the HOA. You want to put up a certain fence, better consult the HOA. You know what I did read about real estate that I didn't know was a thing that is actually pretty hilarious? Did you guys know that there is a law in place? If there is a vacant house and you occupy it and you start paying the bills and you start like mowing the lawn and taking care of it, and if you do this for long enough and nobody kicks you out, like if someone else like has it, like it's like a, I don't know, something they're just holding to sell or whatever, just to squat on it, you can be determined the owner of that house, and the person will lose it. Something to that effect. And I thought that was hilarious. Because if you own a house long enough and you don't upkeep it, and that someone moves in and starts taking care of the house, and you don't notice that they're there, then you're considered not the homeowner because you haven't upkept it, and clearly you don't care about it. Someone else was able to move in. There's a term for it. There's like I don't know it though. I'm pretty sure it's also an American thing because, you know, we're the people who try to own as many houses as we can so we can try to rent them out. And we don't have anything, a lot of things, maybe anything in place to help our homeless. And we have so many of them. That's my long-term goal, chat. I want to find a rundown, forgotten about house. And then start doing all the property work on it, start paying property tax on it, fix it up, then hope the owner doesn't notice it for a couple years, and bam, free house. Start a TV show about it. Is it 10 years? I thought it was less than that. That was fewer than 10 years. Adverse possession. Common law relates to under which a person who does not have legal title to a piece of property, usually real property, not fake property, may acquire legal ownership based on continuous possession or occupation without the permission of its legal owner. Oh, squatter's rights. Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah, many legal systems courts recognize that once someone has occupied property without permission for a significant period of time without the property owner exercising their right to recover their property, not only is the original owner prevented from exercising their right to eject, but a new title to the property springs up in the adverse possessor. In effect, the adverse possessor becomes the property's new owner. Over time, 5 to 40 years. Dang. Or 3 to 5. Yeah, 3 to 5 years is what I read for personal property. But yeah, you can't just like hide in there. You have to like show that you're like taking care of the house and like cutting the lawn. Like it's very, very outward that someone's living there. Yeah, I don't understand what real property is. We're almost there, chat. 20 more. You gotta get extra just in case. Oh, I didn't realize I got the 10 billion item already. Probably why I'm able to kill things so easy now. Not so easy, but easier. Dang, can't live in a shed, dude. My life goal's ruined. The biggest issue with my goal of squatters' rights is I don't go outside, so I never see any buildings to try to squat in. Yeah, you basically got to do everything that you would do as if you were the homeowner for a few years. It's a gamble though. What if someone comes back 2 years later? That's why you got to make a YouTube series out of it. Yo, what up, everybody? It's your boy Vel coming at you with another squatters attempt. This is attempt 2. First one ended after a week. Homeowner came back, found me, kicked me out. Feeling good about this one. Oh, true. I mean, where's the negative? That's a win-win in my book. All right, 11 more. I know I only wanted like 143 or something, but just a few extra just in case, just to look at. Pa, 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 pa. Boing, 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 boing. Eight more. 7 more. My loot. 6 more. I haven't looked up much stuff on it, except from hearing about it and then doing my initial curiosity, looking at it. I need like 143, but I'm going to 150. $143, 146, I don't remember. But 150 is a nice round number. Looks good. So I decided to do it. Maybe there's something else that I glanced over that is only going to be like 6 points that I want to grab, you know? Oh, I have to actually unlock it again too, or did I already get it? No, I have it. Look, 143, boring. No, all silver and gold are still good because they give these at a chance. So tell me the stats on that. I can't make this any bigger for some reason. I guess the make big button doesn't work anymore or maybe some bug. Yeah, that's new. I just noticed it there. That must have been... I know I said I wish there was a hide max level, but move to bottom is just equally fine. All right, 150. Shatter reality. All progress until now will be reset in exchange for 150 reality shards. This new currency can be spent on powerful upgrades that will speed up your next run. All world fracture upgrades, all drone hub upgrades. The drone hub remains and the core foreman remains unlocked. All upgrades kept. Oh, actually, if we're gonna do that, then what we should do first is actually no. If I fracture the world, I lose this upgrade. I might fracture the world one more time then, so I can spend a bunch of money on this stuff. What does it matter? It's just speed. Reality shattered, chat. We're now base game until we buy these upgrades. So first and foremost, before I forget, let's buy the 100 point upgrade. Rocks below silver to contribute to reality shard generation. That's the big one. We're gonna get fracture times 3, pierce times 3, dust multiplier times 2, all resource generation by 2, up to silver. I think it was 50% more singularity gain. I don't care about bombs or drones. I have 5 more. This might be the one I get. Anomalous yields. All bomb upgrades could be good. I think anomalous yields. %50 more dust and resources from their skipped layers. We'll save it. We don't have to get it now. And we don't have to click upgrades because we got to keep the foreman. Apparently there was beforehand, I don't know what day they added it, but you didn't even keep your core or your hub. You would start like legit fresh. I got a point already. That's why I wanted to get the 100 point item. Like, that was the most important one, in my opinion. Because now the entire time we spend getting back there is going to be worth it, because we're going to get so many more of those shards. And anything below silver has a chance of getting it, even if it's only like a 1% chance or lower. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh wait, no, you unlock bombs automatically. Upgrade as soon as you get this, you get it. Oh, I didn't buy the thing. You know what? I'm gonna get it. Oh, I still don't get stone. I thought I would. Also, what I meant by skipping is that it spawns at a higher level. I would have got more. I thought I would get stone when I killed sandstone, but misunderstood it. Yo, we got 2. Shoot, I didn't see what the base stone cost was. I just won't level up stone. Or I guess I pay attention to what we made the next year. What's that? Quartz? Sandstone? Whoa. Hey, wake up. Chat, did anybody research or look up what the flat earther said from the recent space voyage? No, I haven't either. I was just curious. I don't know why I randomly thought about that. I think about flat earthers a lot, chat. I feel bad. They actually believe it. Google it. I googled how do flat earthers feel about the latest Artemis 2 voyage. First one was a YouTube video. Flat earthers are freaking out about Artemis 2. Hey, don't scare me like that. I didn't know you were even listening to me. I said I asked Google. I didn't say, hey, Google. New NASA photo promises to shut down flat earthers. New York Post. I mean, it's still flat. Look at it. You can't even see around it. Oh, there it is, chat. You can clearly see the edge, chat. By the time we get to reality shatter again, because of the hundo we spent, we're probably ready to reality shatter immediately. I have to also, when we get to world shatter, to make sure that we save up for that same thing, but for the world thing. Hey Google, can you please close that window and go back to being idle so I don't have to look at a search window for the rest of my life? Oh no, my Pixel tablet isn't online, question mark? What I lose from reality shatter? All of my world shatter upgrades. I know. Apparently I don't have any internet right now. Yep, direct to your brain. It's actually, you're imagining this stream right now. Everybody here is probably seeing something different. And everybody who responds is just seeing what you're seeing. Such is the way of the simulation that we all live in. I need to turn off this. Don't worry, chat. I don't charge you any extra for the direct to brain streams. It's the least I can do. But if you wanted to buy me a Steam controller, I'd accept that too. brain. Oh no. How'd you know my weakness? Can't even buy you a Steam controller. Damn. Nobody can have a Steam controller. How much did it cost to get the Piercy boy? 30. Yo, we're already up to 27 of these bad boys. So it costs 100 for this, which is really the big one we want to get. So 100, maybe we'll grab the 3, 103, 106, 110. I want, say 120-ish. $123, 130, 145. I'll do quartz later. It's not an immediate thing. So around 150-ish. You step away from the computer for a bit. I'll be back later if you're still streaming, but if not, have a good rest of your day. Thank you. I probably will not be streaming. I didn't say it in my post, but I more or less figured today would be another short stream while I got acclimated to having sleep again. I guess not that. As I get acclimated to going back to my normal sleep schedule, because my body was like, hey, you woke up at 7 o'clock the last 5 days. Are you sure you don't wake up at 7 o'clock again today? Yes, I'm sure. Okay, waking you up at 7 o'clock. You need to get off the bell schedule. It's not a good schedule for those of us who enjoy the night. Because brains are really good at doing things on the schedule. At least mine is. So if I spend 2 days waking up at a different time, my brain's like, hey, you want to wake up at this early time? And I'm like, nah, I don't. It's weird though too, Lily, because like I went to bed early, 11:30 a couple times during the week when I had to wake up at 7. And still, I woke up feeling miserable and tired. Because like my body just doesn't like the morning, I guess. I don't know what it is. Because usually if I go to bed at 3 and wake up at 10, my body's like, sweet, we're good. Same 7 hours, just waking up, 3 hours later. I mean, realistically, I like to go to bed around 2 or 3 and wake up at, 10 or 11. Wakes up at 11 or 12. I like to try to start stream at 12. I don't know why I ever picked 12 as my starting time. It's a really awkward time to start stream. I think I picked it because I figured if I streamed for 8 hours, that would give me 8 to whenever to play games with my crew. Because when I first started streaming, I did it after the bakery work. So I was working at the bakery from like 8 or 9 to 5. Sometimes a bit later, sometimes 10. I don't know. I didn't really have a set schedule. If it wasn't a busy day, my uncle would text me and tell me that either coming later or not coming at all. But for the most part, it was like 9 to 5 every day, 9 to 3 on Sundays. And then I would go home and I would stream, you know, until midnight. And then from midnight on is when I would do anything with my friends for an hour or two. And then when stream took off, I was like, oh, I don't want to stream at this time anymore because it gets in, I could have this time to play with people. I completely revamped my schedule and just stream like 12 to 8. I've also a lot of times thought about doing the 2 sleep schedule. Apparently that's the thing people do, and it's not too bad if you get used to it. Sleep twice for like 3.5, 4 hours instead of once for 7 to 8 hours. I'm never going to be retired. Don't worry, chat. I'll be here banging rocks or whatever, making my numbers go up until I perish. It's kind of grim. Stuck in the mines until I die. I yearn for him, dude. I yearn for the mines. If I do highest layer target, does it actually work now? For a while it wasn't. Yeah, it seems to be better now. You want to go run errands today, but the vessel said no. The singer. No, her meat vessel. Sometimes the body don't agree with the brain, and the brain don't let you do things sometimes. Sometimes some of us are just slaves to our head. All right, 50 more. And we prestige. Sorry, I don't know. What do you call it? Which one's the prestige, chat? Partial prestige? World shatter is a PP and reality shatter is just a P. Every time you say reverb, it reminds me to look over here and reverb my seagulls and let's see, we got Hunter on the bridge. Balance everywhere else, and we'll just you guys are trading. I don't even know what to get on my parrot. And Dave is automatic now. I don't gotta worry about him. He's at 933 though. He's almost done. $200 in travel and then 733 in gilded. My parrot's nowhere near that. My highest parrot stat is 6.7 trillion. My vitality is actually only 300 billion. I usually only get it enough to be able to survive a couple hits from what I'm fighting, and then I pump my region and damage. I didn't have 4-point hordes. I might have them now. I should actually check that. I'm currently running, well, I can't see because my UI is in the way. Skill points gained, life region, and parrot life region. Double life region. Oh, the artifacts? I run all life region artifacts. I do have auto potion. Does the auto potion negate the timer? Oh, is it percent? I don't pay attention. I've actually really never even used potions. Let's see, gear. 50% HP. I think there are some really good relics that give HP and HP regen, or maybe even damage in HP. HP regen is usually only on health stuff. Yeah, the book Mythic Ledger gives damage and health and 10% damage per equipped artifact. Something that I don't understand. Oh, there's like move speed. I haven't really been taking Burb seriously because I'm gonna swap over to the Steam version, and I don't know if I'm gonna start a new file or not. Supposed to be a major update on the 30th though. I think another reason too that I'm not really stressing in Burb too much is that they're constantly adding things at the point that I'm at right now that makes it dramatically easier. Scars of Honor, I'm actually pretty excited about that. And by pretty excited, I mean I'm actually hoping it's decent. EverQuest Legends beta started a few days ago, but I guess it's under heavy NDA because I haven't seen any information come about from it. I've been getting back into Final Fantasy 11 again. Yeah, there's only a few hundred out of the thousands and thousands of people that applied. What's normally a worrying thing? Limited admittance, or I forget what I say as soon as I say it. Oh, NDA. Meanwhile, you have a Drulin that is only in closed alpha with the occasional open alpha, and they're like, stream it, dude. We don't give a fuck. Let's see what I want. This. Oh wait, you gotta get the one that costs 100. Everything can contribute to core generation. Dust multiplier times a few. Let's get stone, clay, sandstone. Do one more dust and drones. We'll take anomalous shields. But yeah, getting that 100 for this is definitely 100. Like that's definitely the play. Because right now I'd be making no progress towards reality shattering again. Whereas now, by the time I get back to reality shatter, I might already have another 100 points to spend on it. In my opinion, they should just, like, the thing that sucks about, for me nowadays, about MMOs and like closed betas and stuff is that I just want a game to release that hasn't been tested by everybody and hasn't been data mined. And that was the joy of games back in the day, or MMOs in particular, is that you didn't know what you were getting into all the time necessarily. It was nice to load up I mean, Final Fantasy 11 is a horrible example because Japan had it for a year before we even got it. But it's nice to log into a game and nobody know anything. Like you just running around like Dumbos. How do you do that now? How much testing do you think FF11 and World of Warcraft had, like from like outside sources, like closed betas and stuff, outside of just like friends and family and the developers? And maybe, you know, a handful of QA people that they probably paid. Versus nowadays, every MMORPG has closed beta signups and probably 1 or 2 open/closed betas with tons of people in it. But it has all the game files for the entire game, and so they just download it and then post it and data mine it, and I don't know, man. I don't know how you do it. Ooh, the 30th is also the day Goblin Bite comes out. War 3? FF11 Horizon? I stopped playing there. I mean, I didn't like the people running it. I've beaten that dead horse enough. Rebase killed it. I bet Horizon still has thousands of people signing on every day. I'm fine sticking to Cat's Eye for now, and then probably gonna play any other server that comes out that is that single box. Your boy love himself some single box. I don't understand what you're saying, Brizzle. The beta for War 3 was leaked. There was a lost temple, and that was all. Not all races. You were able to create an account on the BNet launcher in the game. What's War 3? Warcraft 3? The single player game Warcraft? Or is that aren't those single player campaign games? I'm not even talking about leaks. I'm talking about like people who companies that legitimately just run betas and stuff. I know it's a thing that a lot of MMO developers do now because it's basically just large scale QA for free. Yeah, buy-in alpha. Younger me had too much money apparently, because I've definitely done it once or twice, a few times. I don't mind. I think we just talked about this. I don't mind if you want to give early access for pre-ordering. But if it's like a deluxe edition, like that. Boom, 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 boom. Is Star Citizen really bad still? Is Star Citizen more of a scam than 8 Ashes of Creation? NFT ships, dude. Are they still around? People still doing that? Yo, I'm legit happy for anybody who sold an NFT to somebody else. Because if you can sell a not thing to somebody, hell yeah. Take away the money from people who have too much money. I mean, is that really an NFT if you're buying a ship in the game? That's just buying a ship, isn't it? When I think of NFTs, I always think about people who bought pictures on the internet. And like, you don't own this. Or you like, I don't know, I guess you do own it. You own the online picture. And then people would just take a picture of their picture and then start using it. It's like, hey, stop using that picture. I bought that. That's my picture. Ooh, silver too hard. Let's fracture. Yeah, if the game would have gotten canceled and be like, nah, dude, you can't refund. You didn't buy the ship. You bought the idea of the ship. We're at silver. We just couldn't hurt it. It's not going to be too much faster than last time. I probably need to buy allow more rocks in the quarry upgrades, because that is also a direct increase to resources gained, since obviously more rocks can spawn. But yeah, I get why the ships would be empties now. If they would have canceled the game, they wouldn't have had to refund any of the ships, because they would be like, look, you still own the NFT of the ship. But because the game did come out, it's just turned into having bought the ship. You just paid to win. Hope the ship was good. My cats are not bongoing. That's because nobody is doing anything. Looks like Lily's bongoing now. Professional bongoer. Lily is the strongest bongoer here. She has Emerald Cat. I just got Amethyst Cat. I start doing this. Oh, now she's flaunting it. Can't even Emerald. What is Emerald? Like 4 million? 3 million? $4 million? Maybe 5 million. Lily types a lot. Here we go, look at me, I'm bonking. You've gotten lazy launching it? That's fair. I made this for Final Fantasy 11 when I play it. I put pause because it does like nothing. Although I guess I could do F13 because you can do others. So now, what's this? Now analog up versus F13. Just change all these to different F buttons that don't do anything. $17, $18, $19, $20. Now when I press all my analogs, they do different, they count as taps. F13 and above, like, doesn't usually do anything in anything because keyboards don't go beyond F12. My new thoughts on the Steam controller. I want one eventually, but at $100, it's a little bit above my budget at the moment. We watched one review on stream, but the person who used it, I don't think was very much a controller enthusiast. As I don't know, the way he held the controller, some of like the complaints he had were very things you don't do with a controller kind of complaints. Like one of the complaints they had was like when you pull the trigger down and release it, not even release it, but like slide your finger off the back and it does like that click thing, because you know, and we were like, why does this matter? Why is this a metric that you're judging a controller by? Literally nobody lets go of their triggers like that. Everyone just lets go of it by pulling up. And then he complained that the buttons were too loud on an Xbox controller, which I don't like Xbox controllers anyway because of their size for the most part. but like he was playing with the Steam controller normally, like pressing the button down. But for the Xbox controller, he was like tapping it really aggressively. It's like, yeah, of course it's gonna sound loud. Every controller sounds loud if you hit it like that. I mean, honestly, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of hard to do a review on a controller. It's a very, everybody's preferences are going to be slightly different when it comes to controllers. Like every minuscule detail to like the size of the controller, where the buttons are placed, where the analog sticks are placed. He said his middle finger crept up and got underneath of the triggers. And like, I don't know what controller I've ever held that my middle finger wanted to go anywhere near the triggers. As a matter of fact, when I want to press a trigger with a middle finger, which is rarely, I have to like bring it all the way up and do it. I typically try to press all triggers with all top buttons with my index finger because I don't know, it doesn't feel comfortable to twist my wrist to hold a controller that way. I guess I'm not twisting my wrist. I'm just not a fan of having all my... I usually grip the controller with everything except for my index finger. So like my ring, middle, and pinky are just all on the hand grips. We're actually already doing pretty good damage to iron after only 2 world fractures. My thoughts on the Steam controller are the same as they've always been. I still want one eventually, but I just can't. I can't put down $100 on a controller now. Obviously, it was a dream that they would be 60 to 70, and I would have probably bought one. But as a poor boy, I got to stop spending on silly things like controllers. When I have within eyeshot, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 controllers in eyeshot because I just keep buying them because I love trying out different controllers. I like how I try out so many different keyboards to find the ones I like. Now, like 2 of the controllers that I see in eyeshot don't work. Actually, 1 doesn't work. 1 doesn't work, and 1 is my SNES controller, which obviously I don't really use that often, but the other 5 are all perfectly viable PC controllers. Not all of them have back buttons on them though, which, I mean, isn't a deal breaker for a lot of games, but I think another thing that's kind of rough with Steam controller, and that I should wait to make sure that it's going to not a deal breaker necessarily, or maybe somebody will develop a way to have the controller work outside of Steam. I don't know if that's the thing you can bypass in software, but sometimes the games I play the most aren't Steam games, and if I can't If my computer doesn't recognize the controller outside of Steam, then kind of a major pain point. I think the trackpads are supposed to be a major selling point for it, so they're meant to be in a spot that's not too out of the way. Supposedly they're really good for FPS games or games like to like help replace the mouse. I think the only thing that I've done with the trackpads when I had the 1.0 Steam controllers was setting up like a mouse region. I mean, you can do that with analog sticks. But I guess the nice thing about it was being able to set a trigger or a toggle on one of the buttons to cancel that screen region, so you can use it as like a full screen mouse. I did play through Terraria, like using the Steam controller to try to get used to it. Probably going to be time to hit this prestige button. Get some more drones in here. Hey, get him. All right, chat. I think that's it for me for today. I'm gonna just play this game idle. I'm gonna idle this game. Maybe I'll show it to you guys again after I've beat it. No, I'm gonna stop. I'm back tomorrow. Tomorrow we are checking out Far Far West. Probably gonna play some with my nephew. Not sure when he's gonna be around. Might do some vampire crawlers until he is. 29th is Neverness to Everness. We'll probably play that for about 10 minutes because I don't think I've seen a gacha game that had a screen shake option in my life. It's not a priority of theirs, it seems. So the 29th will probably also just be a Far Far West if it's good, or vampire crawlers if we don't complete it, / other game. The 30th is Goblin Bike, which is the stealth dungeon crawler by night, shop selling game by day, which was pretty enjoyable. After that, I don't have another game on my list till May 7th. I'll have to do some research to see what's out there, or maybe May will be the month of Archipelago coming back. I do want to get back into it. I know I say it a lot and it probably sounds like fake news at this point. May 7th is a game called The Greenening, which is another incremental game. It's not competing with golf because we'll play golf after stream for sure. Oh yeah, Scars of Honor is also the 30th. If is it open? Is it an open test? We'll probably check it out at in some capacity. But yeah, I know I say I want to get back into Archipelago. I've been saying it for probably about 2 months now, but just had a lot of games that were good. Archipelago was just nothing was out that was interesting to me, and for a while nothing was interesting that was coming out, so I just kept doing it. So as soon as there's games stop coming out that are interested to me, we're back in the Archipelago. I still have everything set up on my computer except for Time Spinner and Mario 64, which are the 2 new games we just added. I think I did request access on Steam already. Yeah. Did this game have screen shake in it? I feel like I don't remember seeing the screen shake in it. Anyway, that's our plan for the next few days. And then if anything comes out that I see that looks interesting, or if someone posts on Discord of a game that looks interesting that's coming up that I want to play, then we'll do that. Yeah, thank you all very much for coming. I greatly appreciate it. Hopefully we'll be back to doing some long boy streams in the near future once my body recuperates from the 7 a.m. wake up week. Yeah, that's it. Stream over. Stop streaming button clicked.